Oh my gosh. It's like 10 minutes. I think that was an actual outage. It wasn't hardware issue. Because I reset everything. Which did not fix it immediately. Things have been a little more sketchy recently for some reason. Don't know why. So this is the same guy. I determined his course is 251 or something like that, because I was looking right at his beam, so that makes that easy. And now I'm trying to do a little Ausdampferfahren. If I can remember how. But basically I'm trying to get to a... Yeah, I'm falling behind right now. So the goal is to have a constant bearing decreasing range. Corn holders, yeah, I know. Welcome back. I think it was a genuine outage because I reset everything and it did fix it. But we're back now. Okay, so in real life, what you would do is I would ask the engine room for like another 10 revolutions per minute. The motor room, I should say. Because they can do that with the electric motors. You just turn the dial, change the amperage, the voltage, whatever fucking voodoo electric magic needs to happen. And like I can ask for 5.2 knots, 5.3 knots, but you can't do that in this game. So instead we have to change course. I'm actually gonna speed up and turn in by, let's say, 10 degrees. And then we'll see where that puts us. Why doesn't it work in game? Well, because you can't tell them that. It's either 5.1 or 6.7. There's no in between. The only control I have is right here. These options. Okay, we're gaining. Let me turn in farther. closer, but we're still gaining. Another 10 degrees. Anything I say goes. Well, not always. Not if the structure of the game won't allow it. I think there's a mod that gives you finer engine control, but I don't know if it's not if it's updated yet. Hello, Private Skittle. I am on like 91%, I want to say. Or 95%, because I have Darker Nights on as well at the moment. So no context visualization. It's kind of the main thing in terms of how the game is played. No periscope stabilization, as you can see. Very much unstabilized. And right now I'm trying to do a little Ausdampfverfahren. Oh, I am just slightly gaining. Still. Yeah, lots of bouncing around. Now they are gaining. So we come back 5 degrees. Okay, well that's pretty fucking close. Let me see. Let me turn that on so it automatically goes to our... How the fuck do I use this? I put... It's been a while. Well, the bearing to them is 052, right? Relative. Or do I put this here and then this is the course that I know they're on, which is 251. I should have studied for the test. It's my mistake. But we can all learn together. All right. Let me see. Where is... Attack Disc Remastered. That's a mod. Private Skittle. That is, Attack Disc Remastered is what it's called. And if you go to the description, to its page in the Steam Workshop, there's a link to this. D represents your line of sight bearing to the target. Okay. And this is an attack course, which I don't really care about. Determine angle on bow from bearing in course. That's what I want to do. So you move this one to the target bearing. And then wait, which one's C and D? This is C. This is D. D is the one with the little wings. So that's the one you move to the target's bearing. And you move C to the target's true course on this dial. Okay. So yeah, 052. That whole disc turns. So we don't need this. We need this. We set this at 251, which is their course. Which gives us, you can also just like do the subtraction / addition. But that's figuring that out mentally is difficult. But that's why sometimes I pull up on a parallel course or a perpendicular course, because that makes the math super easy. Anyway, so we read it here, and that gives us 44 port for the angle on bow. So then we go to this side, and shit. So I think I put my speed with their angle. So my speed is 6.7, right? 6.7. And the angle on bow is 44. .7. And then I find my angle on bow, which is 52. Which gives us a target speed of 7.6. So I line up my speed with their angle. And then I line up my angle to find their speed. 7.6. Did I do that right? Ah, shit. Sorry about that. Here we go. So it's going to be later on. And this is also what I've been using for my when I've been doing the fixed wire method, because I'm not using the game's fixed wire because that's a hack and works when it shouldn't. So that's an additional rule that I've imposed on myself for no good reason. So table of contents. The constant relative bearing, page 16. Here we go. Line your speed with the angle on bow. This is the target, this is you. This is the target. So angle on bow is 20. So you line up 20. Which is here with your speed of 2 knots. And then you line up the relative bearing, which is 80 degrees to the left side. So right here. Gives you 5.8. Okay, that's, yeah. That is how it works. Line up the target angle on bow with your speed. And then you line up the relative bearing of 52, which is kind of like your angle on bow, and that gives you the target speed. 7.6 knots. Shit. Okay, what did I say? 251? Five one.
Kurs 2. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Well, I need to get closer to them. That I can tell you for sure. Let me just plot this real quick. All this work for 3,000 tons. We need to stop turning first. Okay. $4,200.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 4,
At
2, 3, 0 Meter.
100 relative. Their course is 251, as I believe it to be. Then that puts us currently 2.5 clicks from the track. From their track. And now I am gaining on them. No longer a constant bearing. Because I'm trying to get into position. One and a half kilometers. Go a little bit farther. All right. 251. I will pull up on a parallel course. Because I want to use the stern tubes. As usual with this boat. If I was using the bow tubes, I would go for perpendicular probably. We can of course slow down as well.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 9, 6, 0 Meter. Aufgefechtsstation. Bleibt ruhig und konzentriert, Männer. Wir schaffen das.
Well, I suppose I could do a fixed wire while we're here. Because if you're on a parallel course, you can do that. And then just add your own speed to the result. But I would actually trust the Ausdampferfahren more, because the Ausdampferfahren does not depend on, as long as you have their course correct, that does not depend on the dimensions of the ship. And the dimensions of the various empires are variable. 42 seconds. 112. Let me line this up straight overhead. $112 at 42 seconds. That gives me 5.2 knots. So 8.2. That's not that different. It's a little bit higher. I had 7.6 from, so basically half a knot more. But again, I would trust the Ausdampferfahren more. We'll go 7.7.
Geschwindigkeit 8 Knoten.
Because of this thing. Errors reaching 20%. But the fixed wire depends on knowing the exact length of the ship, basically.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1.
Angle on bow is going to be
6 Meter.
right here, 55.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 5, 5, Bug links.
So we want to shoot when it gets to here, ideally.
Rohr 5 bewässern. Rohr 5 bewässern. Torpedo 6 gewartet.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 1, 3, 6, 8 Meter.
Very well.
Los!
It is something you don't get from the default version of the game with the periscope stabilization and everything. It's like, you just set your periscope here and the ship moves past it, and you're like, well, when it gets to here, that'll be my moment to fire, because then it'll be at 75. Which, for an 8-knot ship and a 30-knot torpedo. So then this is perpendicular. So when the ship gets here, the torpedo should hit, basically. It's interesting stuff like that. And this should be the bearing on which the torpedo was fired. Of course, it was fired out of the stern tubes. You know, several tens of meters to my right. So there's a little bit of parallax going on too, but
20 Sekunden.
or no, because I'm moving
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
as well. So it's not.
Treffer.
Never mind.
Feuer an Deck. Schwere Schäden.
If I was on a perpendicular course, then that would be the case. Anyway. Got a hit. But yeah, so for an 8-knot ship and a 30-knot torpedo, which is broadly representative of most of the situations in this game, you want to fire at 75 degrees for the angle on bow, and that will result in a perpendicular hit if you're worried about your pistols. If the ship's going faster, like some of the other ones we've run into today, then of course you need to fire at a lesser angle. If it's going slower, or if you're using a faster torpedo, then the angle will be more.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff. Sie gehen unter. Einer weniger.
Kurs setzen.
Sie gehen unter.
Alarm beenden. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kanoi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Kurs setzen.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Rohr 5 geladen.
Shit. I never, yeah, let's get that in there.
Alle Maschinen stopp. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. voraus.
Gotta stave off the scurvy somehow, I guess.
Kurs setzen.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Yeah, if you could load the...
Rohr 5 entladen. Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
There we go.
Rohr 5
I want to
geladen.
use my free shitty T2s first. So two more external reloads after this.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 6 gewartet.
Folgen Sie mir.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
I don't remember it being this sparse out here.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Folgen Sie mir.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Horchraum besetzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Wir wurden von einem nahegelegenen U-Boot über ein mögliches Ziel in diesem Gebiet informiert.
Single steamer. pt5.1. Northeastern course. Do I fucking care? I don't think I do. Kind of looking for a convoy, really.
Folgen Sie
If
mir.
I could find one, then I could go home.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen.
Because I still have a perfect record. I still have not taken any torpedoes back home. So, and I don't want that to change.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen.
Okay, we got
Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung
on the
135
starboard
Grad.
quarter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter. Meter.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Let's just see if that bearing changes. Yep, they're heading east.
Kurs auf
Okay.
diese Koordinaten setzen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Aktuelle Tiefe 55 Meter.
Anblasen.
There we go.
10 Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Torpedorohr gewartet.
I mean, we can do single ships, but it's a lot of fucking around.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen.
5 Meter.
Auf Gegenmotoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 115
1-4.
Grad.
Okay, okay. They're
Aktuelle Tiefe 30 Meter.
maybe going a little faster than I thought.
Kurs setzen.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Went past him.
45 Meter.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung
Anblasen.
305 Grad.
Wait, shit.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 280
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
There's another one
Wir sind aufgetaucht.
to the north. Well, maybe that's... Shit. I'm being led astray by a different contact?
Kurs setzen.
Let me keep heading east. Nice moon.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 80
Torpedorohr
Grad.
3 gewartet.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff.
Yeah, there's another one.
Peilung 245 Grad.
Meter.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten.
Well, I guess I need to pick one.
Anblasen.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 100 Grad.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi. Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 20 Grad.
Aktuelle Tiefe 45
Schraubengeräusch.
Meter.
Handelsschiff. Peilung 125 Grad.
Anblasen.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloi.
20 Grad.
5 Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
What is the food situation? Get these vegetables in there.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Auf E-Motoren
10
wechseln.
degrees.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 10 Grad. 45 Meter.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Anblasen.
Should be like directly behind them now.
Handelsschiff.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Let me go up
Große Fahrt voraus.
to Big Fart. I see him.
Herr Kaloi, wir haben unsere Position erreicht.
Schornsteinrauch. Peilung 50 Grad.
Wenn sich die Sonne neiget, der feuchte Nebel steiget. Mein Tagwerk ist getan.
Well, it's a Liberty ship. I don't know who it belongs to, though.
Kurs setzen.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi.
Grad.
Doomsday rainstorm. It's been pretty dry over here, actually. That looks like the Stars and Stripes to me. Yeah. Yeah, they are armed. But it's probably still the case that the Liberty ships don't shoot at you even though they have guns. But I'm not particularly inclined to test that. Well, you know what? Should never pass up an opportunity for science.
Kurs setzen.
Funkspruch erhalten.
Well, it seems that they will shoot at you. That's good. Because I really feel like I remember that not being the case, which is, of course, stupid. But they will shoot their guns. Good to know. I am going to take a break. And then we'll sink this guy. So I'll be right back. shoot them, but first tea break. Look. Okay. Managing your human resources, if you want to put it that way, like the fatigue levels, hunger, thirst, it's an important part of military leadership. An army fights on its stomach, as they say. So, like, in terms of managing, like, when you decide to call general quarters, all this stuff like that. Of course, then there are cases where having tea or having breakfast at the right time, I mean, having breakfast before your opponent can win you the battle. I think, is it Aleppo? It's one of Scipio Africanus's battles in Spain against the Carthaginians, where, like, the two armies were camped across the battlefield, and then, like, for several days in succession, they formed up, because they were, like, both had good ground that they were on, and neither of them wanted to give that up. So they would just, like, stand there and look at each other all day and then go back to camp. But then on one day, Scipio had his men eat breakfast early. Like, really early, and then surprised the Carthaginians, who were still in bed, basically. So the Carthaginians did not have time to eat breakfast. And among other reasons, that's what lost them the battle. Look, it's the most important meal of the day, right? They didn't see me, did they? Six kilometers away. I do have the mod that makes it so that you don't immediately know whether you've been spotted. Leaves you guessing, because that's how it should be. They're shooting at me. Alright then.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
That's how it's gonna be.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
I am like silhouetted by the sun, so that might have something to do with it.
Schadensbericht.
Great.
Wassereinbruch im Bugtorpedoraum!
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Lenz, Pumpe einschalten.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Bootführer und Umblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
But yeah, so in the base game now, even if you're on like max simulation settings, with no like detection feedback, quote unquote,
Wassereinbruch im
one of your
Bugtorpedoraum
officers will be
gesteuert.
like, "Oh no, we've been detected," when you get detected. Which is dumb, because how would you know that?
Herr Kaloin, wir sollten das Boot nach versteckten Schäden absuchen.
Herr Kaloin? Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Put it in the crew quarters so he's out of the way. Well, my point is, you should find out that you've been detected because they started shooting at you, not because one of your officers, not because the game tells you you've been detected, basically.
Auf Blaulicht schalten. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 5, 6, 1, 8 Meter. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum. E-Motoren
Well, I am gaining on them at my unrealistic 9.5 knots.
Kurs 1-2. Kurs 3, 5, 9. Kurs 3, 4, 9.
A couple knots here and there. Sure. If you say so. Dude, what are they? Do they keep turning away or something? I'm very confused. Maybe I'm just bad at estimating angles. It's a distinct possibility.
Kurs 3, 3, 0.
Another 20 degrees. They shouldn't be able to see me anymore.
Kurs 3, 1, 0. Kurs 2, 8, 1.
Like they're heading west now. Not that far away though. I am very confused. Do they keep turning? I'm still behind their beam. What's going on?
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 9, 3, 5 Meter.
Okay, now we're lined up. 283 maybe? Uh, 141. Plus 90 is 231. Let's see if that holds.
Kurs 2, 3, 1.
You fucking better play Gwen.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
Certainly watched enough of it.
9, 2, 5 Meter.
Halbe Fahrt voraus. Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 1, 3 Meter.
See now. They keep turning. I don't blame them. Very strange. Very strange. They keep turning away. I don't... But I don't know why. Like, it could be a bug that they're still detecting me.
Diese Koordinaten setzen.
Even though usually the merchants can't see that well. Like, yes, I have the periscope up at 1 kilometer, and it's broad daylight, but usually the merchants aren't that good. Alright, let's just guesstimate.
Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 1, 0, 7 Meter. Gegnerfahrt 6 Knoten. Aktualisieren. Winkel 8, 0. Bug rechts.
See, they're turning away again.
Kurs 1, 6, 7.
Very confused.
Tor 5 bewässern.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 1, 5, 3 Meter. Lage 6, 5, rechts. Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 6, 9, rechts.
Los.
Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. 20 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Fehlschuss.
It really was a miss.
Kurs setzen.
This guy's gonna drive me crazy.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 8, 7, 5
Yeah,
Meter.
the angle on bow should be 27 at this point, but is very clearly not.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
How mysterious.
Rohr 5 bewässern.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 6, Knoten.
Rohr 5 bewässert.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage 4, 9, rechts. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 7, 3, 0 Meter. Aktualisieren. Lage 5.
That is starboard. That's the right side. The correct side.
Los.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. 30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Dead center.
Schwere
I could not tell you what happened to that first one. Speed was maybe a little high. I think maybe he's more like 5 knots. But that shouldn't have made that big of a difference. It's a big ship.
Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Kaloi Rücken aufgetaucht.
There we go.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Seems like she's settling. That's a good amount of vegetables, actually. Alright, let's see if we can put that bullshit behind us. Yikes, man. Only wasted one torpedo, though. I'm gonna find a convoy when I have like 2 torpedoes left. That's what's gonna happen. That is all of the externals. It's the last one. Or do they start over for some reason? Interesting. Let's do this. I don't even know exactly how much currency I have, but it's a stupid amount. Because I never had to pay for any of this shit. Classic. Very well. You would have been fine if I hadn't piled in. Probably. Ridiculous. Oh boy. Now who's greedy? See, that's how they get you. This time for sure, you know.
Handelsschiff. Peilung 325 Grad.
326.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Anblasen.
5 Meter.
Auf diese Motoren wechseln.
I don't know what that space does. There's green? I didn't even know that. So you can bet on green if you're feeling really spicy.
Tauchen auf. 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Auf E-Motorenwechsel.
That's how they make sure the house always wins, because the odds for red and black aren't quite 50%. So in the long haul, the house ends up on top.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotorenwechsel.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Well, I'm not really the house. If I was the house, I wouldn't be allowed to bet. Stream avatars is the house. Aha. I see you.
Auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Personally, I don't think there is such a thing as a good day for gambling, but, you know. You do you. Yeah, not with real money.
35 Grad.
You know, we have not seen a single tanker yet in this playthrough.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Not in any of the convoys, not alone. I don't know where they're at. I take it back. There was a scripted tanker at St. Helena. But does that really count? Scripted. I've not run into any that have spawned in the world. Naturally. Buying the actual history. Not really.
Wenn sich die Sonne neiget, der feuchte Nebel steigt. Mein Tagwerk ist getan. Mein Tagwerk ist getan.
It's kind of... I mean, it wouldn't be much of a video game if the whole thing was just laid out for you like that. I mean, everything that you do is historical. It's just, you know, how much of it you're doing and which specific things that a given boat is doing in addition to other things. That's where it falls apart. I could be hallucinating, but I think those are American flags. Hello, Buddy Max King 2009. No, not that kind of flags. Not the signal flags in cold waters. Just the flags of vessel's nationality. That's all. We're close to the beam. A little bit farther, I think. Dude, do you see how calm it is? Do you see the absolute pacifism of these seas? And still, the rolling is like... I mean, that is usually the case for submarines on the surface. The roll stability is really shit compared to the pitch stability. Not stability, because they are inherently very stable with the low center of gravity, but you know what I mean. Like, they're not going to tip over, but they sure rock back and forth quite a bit. I think we could call it 99. I mean, look at that. What is going on? -177 minus 90 is 87. Sounds about right. See if I can not get spotted this time. and we can do more math. Gonna go over the horizon at this rate. Gives us plenty of time for the constant bearing to play out, though.
Kurs 1, 2, 0. Halbe voraus.
Half a fart. Periscope
Auf
depth.
Seerohrtiefe.
Erkaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Rauchgeräusch, Handelsschiff. Peilung 80 Grad.
Well, we're pretty close already. Really, really close. They are gaining very slightly, I think. But man, it's not much in it. Hello, Os Norman. C2? No, it's a Liberty ship, as far as the game's concerned. So if they're gaining, well, are they gaining? That's fucking close, man. So I'd want to turn just a few
Kurs
degrees to
1,
port.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloid.
Still maybe a little bit, but
95 Grad.
there's really not much in it. It's doing 8 knots. I haven't figured out the speed yet. I'm just trying to line up constant bearing on it.
Kurs 1, 6.
And then we can figure out the speed. But we're pretty much there already. It's still just slightly. Or do I have it backwards? Do I need to turn in? There, no, that's not how it works.
Kurs 1,
Wird erledigt, Herr
1, 0.
Kaloy.
It's getting worse, I swear. Alright, let's go up to
Große Fahrt voraus.
Big Fart. So now we're definitely gaining.
Kurs 1, 2,
Betrachten Sie es als
6.
erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Still gaining.
Kurs 1,
Jawohl, Herr
4,
Kaloy.
1.
It's closer, but we're still gaining a little bit.
Kurs 1,
Jawohl,
5,
Herr Kaloy.
2.
Yeah, if you don't know the speed of a merchant ship in the open ocean, 8 knots is a pretty good assumption in this game. Except for the C3s, sometimes they're going faster.
Kurs 1,
Jawohl, Herr
6,
Kaloy.
2.
Okay, now he's gaining.
Kurs 1, 5,
Betrachten Sie es als
8.
erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Kurs 1, 5,
Bestätige.
6.
Still maybe just a little bit.
Kurs 1,
Jawohl,
5,
Herr Kaloy.
4.
That's close enough. That's close enough. All right. So, I determined their course is 087. Right, so that's where I put this one on the inner dial. 087 right there. My bearing to them is 058. So that is an angle on bow of 55 port. So over here I take 55 and line it up with my speed, 8.1. And then I put my angle, which is 58. So we're going pretty much the same speed. 8.4. Surprise, surprise. 8 knots. What do you know? Zero 058. 4,600 meters. And then I draw a line at 087.
Kurs setzen. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Actually, I want
Gefechtsstation.
you get torpedo ready. You get on the engines.
E-Motoren besetzen.
There we go.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 6 gewartet. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Now the shift changed. Interesting.
Kurs setzen.
Whoops. All right, let me turn on to
Kurs 8, 7.
their course.
Kleine Fahrt.
Slow
Voraus.
down. Why is he back on the engines again? Perpendicular course. Yeah. In this situation, I would go perpendicular, except I want to use the stern tubes, which kind of complicates that,
Schussunterlagen
because I
aktualisieren.
don't have very many
Entfernung zum
torpedoes
Ziel
left up front.
2, 6, 6, 4 Meter.
So instead I'm going parallel course. The angle here should be 40.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Winkel 4, 0. Rechts.
8.4 we said.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 8 Knoten.
I put in the wrong angle. Right angle, wrong side.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 4, 5, Bug links.
That's, could have been an issue. Yep. So again, at 8 knots, if you want a perpendicular hit with a 30-knot torpedo, and they're going 8 knots, you want to shoot at 75 degrees. That's how the math works out.
Nur 6 bewässern.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung
Just under
1,
2 clicks.
8, 8 Meter. Aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 8 Knoten.
Los.
Well, if you keep hanging out around here, you're gonna know a lot of things you don't need to know. Hello, Synth.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg. 30 Sekunden. Treffer. Feuer an Deck. Schwere Schäden.
Lots of fire.
Funkspruch erhalten.
You may ban an in-game action if you have the currency for it.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
You can also use the I should probably like explain how everything works more, but there is text-to-speech for channel points, like free-to-play text-to-speech, if you will. There's also text-to-speech on bits and subscriptions, but it's nice to have the free-to-play sort of version if you have enough channel points. And then there's the whole stream avatars thing, which is a separate. That's a separate currency. You can buy the various avatars. You can gamble. You can attack other people. All sorts of fun.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Well, you don't need to flex, Ellie. You don't need to rub it in.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Ja, wir haben
Sie
sie.
sinken!
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Schneller, schneller. Kurs setzen.
Front left. What is that from? That's the last Liberty ship
Bearing 054. Designated Sierra 1.
that we ran into. They saw us on the surface and started shooting. So that's what that damage is from.
Kurs setzen.
What counts as a warship? Does a merchant ship with guns on it count as a warship? I wasn't planning on shooting at any warships anyway. You too, Ellie. Have a good one.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Thank you for reassuring me that normal coffee is a thing in other parts of the world.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
I mean, again, I wasn't planning on it. Well, I suppose if I run into a carrier. Also, that's supposed to only last for like 5 minutes or something, but I guess for a slower paced game. We haven't seen any warships this stream. That's the actual thing. No convoys or anything. Help with the rubber shortage. Back home. Yep, second to last. Okay.
Halbe Fahrt voraus. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Kurs setzen.
I mean, I want nothing more than a convoy to shoot at, but none have appeared. I think I got 8 left total. None outside.
besetzen. Eine Pause wäre jetzt angebracht.
We're at, we do not need to still be at action stations. That's my bad. Alright.
Ich benötige Ihre Unterstützung. Folgen Sie mir.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
That's what I was looking for.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 355
Großer Konvoi.
Grad. Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter.
See if that bearing changes.
Anblasen.
50
It did not, but I think it's a pretty safe bet it's eastbound
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
and down.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung
258.
260 Grad.
40 Meter.
Oh, they have not moved at all. They could be westbound. I don't know.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloi.
50 Meter.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 355
Kriegsschiffe.
Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 325 Grad.
Anblasen.
10 Meter.
Well, if I'm close enough to distinguish those,
Peilung
Auf
300
E-Motoren
Grad.
wechseln.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind
there's
aufgetaucht.
no smoke anywhere. Strange.
Herr Kaloin, ich benötige eine kurze Auszeit.
Konvoi in Sicht. Peilung 325 Grad.
Well, if he can see them, that means we're very close. What do we got? Corvette. Merchants. Merchants. There's a Corvette. Quite close. And a carrier. But I wouldn't go after it anyway, because I need the tonnage for the Black Pit campaign. More escorts. Well, this is excellent timing, because it's 9:30 p.m. It's not that many ships. But it's enough for 8 torpedoes. Yeah, yeah. Question is how to infiltrate. I was complaining about the roll stability, but pitch stability is not that much better. I think we could say 187. .262 true, which translates to 082, which is pretty much what they're all doing. Okay, so this Corvette. $3,800
Aktualisieren.
at 181.
3, Meter.
Which is a comfortable, they can't see me at night type of range. All right. And then, yeah, those are just merchants over there. So then how big is the gap to this Corvette? That's the question. $8,300 at 157. So they're definitely behind the first one. But if we draw out, what did I say, 81? The key to doing that, Ostarman, is to surface behind them. So you're out of the fire arc of the 4-inch. Because they only have the one big gun up front. And you can usually, like, there might be casualties, but you can usually win that. I can get in between there. Easy. What did I say just before? I don't remember. But I have done that before. Yeah, I said 187. Right. Pretty much dead ahead of the carrier now. Maybe we could call it 82. But it's somewhere in that ballpark. Alright, I'm going to go to the starboard side of things. Magnetic under the aircraft carrier? No and no, because I don't have the late game detonators yet, and I need merchant tonnage for the Black Pit. By the way, I tried getting another mission, but it doesn't let you. Like, they added that feature, but for whatever reason, I'm on a mine laying mission, if you can believe it. This whole time. So, seems only some missions let you do that? I don't know. Not sure what's up with that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've did it a couple times on the first 2 patrols, I think. Let me just get 2 kilometers away from the track of that Corvette. Then I will turn to their course and go under. 2 kilometers is a pretty safe guideline, particularly early in the war. I think I've been closer without being detected. I'm talking about as Dick, of course. No, I'm definitely not out of radio range.
Wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Not that far away. Silent running. Except keep it red. The blue lights are... They went to fucking blue again. The blue lights are a real problem. Like, historically speaking, should not be a thing. Just like the gyro compass shouldn't be a mechanic. Yeah, it was just the conning tower. Possibly the conning tower in the control room, I don't know. But certainly not the rest of the boat. No reason for it. Captain's turn. He is well rested by contrast. Should be fine there. Yep, just over 2 kilometers. Smash coffees and then try again. You're not tired. You can do this. Alright, now that I'm a beam of that guy, I'm gonna start moving in to get away from this guy before he comes up. pretty much good. Why are all the merchants so far behind? That's odd. Well, I don't want to stumble into the aircraft carrier. Right. Yeah, we're good. Come back onto 082.
Kurs 82.
And wait for the merchants. The perfect shot at the aircraft carrier. But I am not going to take it. Yeah, in the front and out the back, basically. That's the strat. Liberty. Destroyer. It's not a particularly big convoy. C3 and a Liberty almost directly ahead of that guy, so that kind of proves that I'm on the right course. Liberty. Liberty. Empire C3. C3 with a destroyer this side of it, that's odd. It's like the rear escorts are inside the convoy, just like the front escorts are too far ahead for some reason. Weird. Okay. C3.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel
2.5. I'm gonna do a fixed wire, which I can do because parallel course. Whoops. And they are 144. Then whatever the time is, we'll go in there. "51 seconds. That gives me 5.5. Plus 3 is 8.5. Okay. Sounds about right. And then... Okay, so you're... like 2.5. Shit.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung
Basically
319
3,200 at 196. So if I draw that out, that puts me 800 meters from their track, which is perfect. So I can stay right here.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 3,513 Meter.
There's 3 more targets back there.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 2,214 Meter.
All right. Oh, just now perpendicular, pretty much. Yep, I got the right course. For all of them, I'm directly ahead of this guy. How far are you?
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 2,153 Meter.
That would be pretty tight. Well, this guy's my second target. I just need to find someone to shoot at first. Let's see, that should be 10, 20, 33. Starboard.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 3-3 Bug rechts.
And let's go to action stations.
Schleichfahrt beenden. Verstanden. Betrachten wir es als erledigt.
Get these torpedoes warmed up.
E-Motoren benutzen.
So I could shoot at one of these first. I could shoot at this guy first, even though he's past perpendicular. But I think I have
Schussunterlagen
somewhat
aktualisieren.
improved pistols,
Entfernung zum Ziel.
so that might not be a
1,
huge
9,
issue.
0, 3 Meter.
That angle's already 100 and counting. So I'm not too sure about that. Problem is,
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
I can shoot behind him, I think, at these guys.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Astig
Fuck.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Just one ping. But we're maintaining the torpedoes, which makes noise.
Schussunterlagen
Yeah, I can definitely shoot
aktualisieren.
behind him.
Entfernung zum Ziel.
With the
1,
stern
5,
tubes, probably.
4 Meter.
There we go. C3.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 3, 5, 3, 8 Meter.
500. 57 starboard. .5.
Rohr 5 bewässert.
Stern tube. 30 knots. And this is going to be almost 4 minutes.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel.
Maybe 3 minutes 40 or something.
1 Meter. Los. Langsame Fahrt voraus.
One meter? I mean, I haven't really noticed a difference between like 1 meter and 3 meters. I'm not going for under keels, if that's what you're asking.
Rohr 1 bewässern.
I don't really want to go faster than
Schussunterlagen
longs on it, because then I'll
aktualisieren.
start cavitating.
Entfernung zum Ziel. 9, 6, 1 Meter.
And that guy behind can already almost hear me. So this is 1 minute. So that one's 3.5. 3 minutes 40. So I should shoot this at 2 minutes 40 or something.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Astig geortet.
Another single ping. One ping only. Fuck. Vasily, I asked for one ping.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
We've been detected.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 907 Meter. Los.
Hopefully, they don't do anything too drastic.
Funkspruch erhalten.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
And it'll still hit, but who knows?
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. 30 Sekunden. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 20 Sekunden. 30 Sekunden. Rohr 5 geladen. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. 20 Sekunden. Fehlschuss. Treffer.
That's not a... Jesus Christ.
Feuer an Deck. Schwer.
What? Now those are sinking physics. The Battle of the Atlantic Tokyo Drift edition. Very nice. That is not the craziest thing I've seen in this game, but it's close. Because sometimes they go into orbit when they get hit.
Wasserbomben. Sehr nah.
Hello there.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Oh, this is gonna hurt, guys.
Schneller. Schadensbericht.
Schaden am Turm.
Funkanlage.
I should have been paying attention.
Luftzielseerohr ist
But instead I was looking at the carnage. Did I hit this one? I don't even know.
Schadensbericht.
Echo ist nicht einsatzbereit.
Wasserbomben. Sehr nah.
I don't even know if I hit that Liberty.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
F? What do you type in F for? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm surprised there's only one leak from that. It's possible that they hit the brakes hard enough. But, like, I would have expected to miss this one, not this one. That's odd.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Anyway. Let's fire up the pump, shall we?
Lenzpumpe einschalten. Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff. Höhenbruch im Bugtorpedoraum repariert.
Funkgerät repariert.
Doesn't look like they got hit. It was actually a miss. Who knows?
Herr Kaloin?
Brookmeyer's using his breathing apparatus to fix the torpedo tubes, because that's important. I don't know if they were set too deep. They seem like they're exploding. At the right depth, but
Diese Koordinaten setzen.
I don't know.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Teilung 320 Grad.
Luftzielseerohr repariert.
Oh yeah, we got we got plenty of breathers, don't worry. But when you're out in the deep ocean, if you get into a situation where you need the breathers, you're kind of fucked anyway, so.
Wieder einsatzbereit. Schneller, schneller. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Teilung 260 Grad.
Yeah, you can set up your engineers so they always have one on them
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel.
everywhere they go.
3, 9, 8 Meter.
Yeah, we can use this one, why not?
Rohr 2 bewässern.
Put in about 4 knots, I think.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt. 4 Knoten. Los! 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden.
It's gonna be one hell of a parallax correction.
20 Sekunden.
Let's see if it works out.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Rohr 1 geladen. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Fehlschuss. Feindliches Schiff getroffen.
Yeah, that's not a miss.
Schwere Schäden.
The first one was, it seems. Still don't know what happened there.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Teilung 295 Grad.
Nobody said dud.
Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von Erstig geortet.
So I don't think it was a dud. Like, they did hit the brakes when they got alerted. But when you're only 1 kilometer away, that shouldn't matter too much.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt. 5 Knoten. Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
I need a butt fish, please. Thank you. Carl. I love how we have a Karl Heinz and a Karl Friedrich. Shit. Or it skipped the water, stopped, and sank.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Aztec
That's real life. That doesn't happen in this game. Two Karl Heinzes. Now there's... I mean, really you need 57 Karl Heinz varieties, but, you know. I'll settle for 2.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 6,
Come on,
9,
come on.
3 Meter.
Shit. Fuck. It's turning into a worse and worse shot.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Rohr 5 bewässern. Aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 5 Knoten.
Rohr 5 bewässert.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel.
And of course
7,
it's not going to
4
synchronize.
Meter.
We missed it, okay? We missed it. And that's okay.
Wir wurden von Aztec geortet.
Schneller, schneller.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Schneller, schneller. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Torpedorohr 6 gewartet. Kurs setzen.
4 Pipers. I do think they've gotten a little bit better at plotting an intercept like this. But yeah. I mean, all the escorts in this game are pretty shit.
Kurs setzen.
It's just how it is. Alright. Empire Kestrel. 4,000 tons.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 1,
Exactly 90 right now.
6 Meter. Winkel 9, 1, Bug rechts. Geschwindigkeit 6 Knoten.
Got 5 fish left. Yeah, none of the escorts know how to
Kleine Fahrt
drop an actual
vorwärts.
pattern of depth charges on a suspected contact. They're not particularly good at plotting an intercept course.
Aktualisieren. Winkel 7, 8 rechts. Rohr 1 bewässern. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 6 Knoten.
Sehr nah. Rohr 1 bewässert.
I'm sure that's fine.
Winkel 7, 9, rechts.
Shit. Fuck.
Äußerste Kraft zurück.
Now I'm inside of them. Very well. Well, that's what I get for trash talking them.
Äußerste Kraft voraus.
Oh my god, it is synchronized.
Los.
Finally. Yeah, they heard me. They heard me shit talking.
Langsame Fahrt zurück.
No leaks from that though. Which is, again, kind of surprising. Put him in the crew quarters.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. Treffer.
Nice.
Schwere Schäden.
Buchrohre wieder einsatzbereit.
Schraubengeräusch.
Yeah, I'll go after these two.
310 Grad. Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von Aztec geortet. Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 350 Grad.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Schraubengeräusche. Ja! Wir haben ihn. Peilung 325 Grad. Wasserbomben.
I'll just let him drive in circles around me. That works.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 8, 9, 3 Meter. Geschwindigkeit 4 Knoten. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 5, 8 links.
Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von Aztec geortet.
Really getting in each other's way.
Kleine Fahrt zurück. Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 9, 3, 6 Meter. Rohr 5 bewässern. Gegnerfahrt. 4 Knoten. Lage 8, 6 links.
Come on.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 8, 6 links.
There we go.
Los! Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. Sekunden.
Frank lever over here is not sunk yet.
20 Sekunden. Feindliches Schiff getroffen.
Yes, that's from Stellaris.
Schwere Schäden.
I have all sorts of games in here. Quite a few Paradox games, actually. Because, well, I might have a love-hate relationship with the games themselves. The music is good. Just good. It's a good vibe, generally speaking.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Aztec geortet.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Well, they can all keep each other company in those lifeboats.
Kurs setzen.
Let's see. $3,000. Way 4 is a real problem.
Äußerste Kraft zurück. Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel.
I think I'm coming on about half that.
Sie gehen unter.
Gut gemacht, perfekt. Einer weniger.
Oh, they went down. See if that happens to AJ over here.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Aztec geortet.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage 5, 8 links. Rohr 6 bewässern. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 6, 5 Bug.
Parallax does matter for a shot like this.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung.
Quite a bit.
6, 3 Meter.
This is a real drive-by.
Los. 40 Sekunden bis
All right.
Torpedoeinschlag.
That's enough of
30
that.
Sekunden. Kleine Fahrt, voraus. 20 Sekunden.
Oh god, I have never played multiplayer Hearts of Iron
Bis Einschlag.
or Stellaris,
Treffer.
and I kind of don't
Schwere Schäden.
understand why you would, to be honest. Like, I'll play a multiplayer Total War battle. I'll do that all day long. But a grand strategy game? Really? Like something with that long of an arc, too? Like,
Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von Erstig geortet.
I don't know.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Tauchen auf 100 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Well, they're not going anywhere. Neither is AJ Cassett over here.
Kaloy, ein wenig Funkfilm.
Schraubengeräusche direkt über uns.
Schleichfahrt.
20 Meter.
Kurs 2.
Bestätige.
45 Meter. Wasser sehr nah.
Schneller.
60 Meter.
Shit.
Einbruch im Torpedoraum. Tauchen auf 20 Meter. Lenzpumpe einschalten.
I guess it's just a minor leak for now.
Wassereinbruch im Bugtorpedoraum gestoppt.
30 Meter.
Got a level. Yeah, I guess he needs this one first. He's the torpedo man after all.
Tiefe 20 Meter.
He already has that one. It's just impossible to tell because the skill itself is green, just like the you can get this skill effect. Excellent UI design. All right. Alright, now maybe we can go deep. As long as we don't get hit this time. So I've said this before, and I will probably say it again many times. But like, I keep going back around to various Paradox games. It feels like I'm trying to find something in the middle. Like, perhaps you could describe it as circling the drain. Maybe that's what it is. But the problem I have with Hearts of Iron 4 is that I always want to turn it into more of a sandbox than it is. Something more akin to Stellaris or Europa Universalis. But it isn't that. It just isn't. It's a branching story game. It's not a sandbox strategy game. In a very interesting way. You could see it as like two games fighting each other in that sense. Where like there's this very interesting strategy game with all these different systems. And then there's the enforcement of the historical timeline, or an ahistorical timeline. Either way, it amounts to the same. Oh boy, Boomer in chat, here we go. Here comes the Hearts of Iron 3. What's next, Silent Hunter? Of course, the other problem with Paradox games is that they don't stop making them. I've recently been having some fun with Europa Universalis 4 because I was like, oh, they released an unfinished product, namely Europa Universalis 5. And that means I can finally play a finished version of one of their games. Because that means they're done with EU4. Yeah, it's a real mess. And half the DLCs are just like a nothing burger that adds busy work, basically. So it's like, should I just play vanilla? I don't know. It's a real mess. What are the other games you're speaking of, Buddy Max? I played Destroyer. I streamed Destroyer, in fact, which is a very interesting game with a number of, like, glaring user experience issues, basically. Should be too deep for him. But what are the other games? I guess we can have those extra dice. Fuck.
Grenzunfall einschalten.
Sunny!
Schott beschädigt.
Wassereinbruch.
We are too deep for this shit.
Ich brauche Hilfe!
Okay, hang on.
Wassereinbruch im Bugtorpedoraum. Höhenbruch im Bugtorpedoraum.
So it seems like maybe they've learned to set their depth charges deeper.
Sunny!
Yeah, we're cooked.
Sunny!
We're cooked.
Wo ist der Sunny?
We're cooked. Made it past where we should have crushed. Maybe that's because the trick is to have enough water inside the boat to resist the pressure, perhaps. $284.
Schott beschädigt.
Much deeper than it should have been. Alright. That attack never happened. But it seems like the thing I was saying might happen happened. Where they because in this campaign so far I've been able to just sit at 200 meters and none of the depth charges were set deep enough. But now it seems like they've learned to do that, which is a historical thing that happened. So there you have it. Oh, that's gonna take me to the fucking moment that we crushed. Because the game autosaves there for some reason. Yeah, the voice lines don't stop. They scream forever. Can still hear them to this day. Whoops. A full hour ago. Yeah, GG is right. Have a good one, Boss Norman. Thanks for hanging out. So after I ordered the dive, interesting. A full 2 minutes at 300 meters. Was it a 7C41? Oh, I'm already... I'm all set up. Okay, this save is pretty nice to have then.
Schleichfahrt. Auf Rotlicht wechseln.
Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Peilung
7B.
80 Grad,
Well, maybe you had what I just had happen because
Peilung 250 Grad.
it seems like there's a little bit of fluctuation. If you just dive the boat to deeper than it can go, then the Type 9 always crushes at 247. I think that's right. And the 7B is 267 or so. If you just dive the boat with like no damage or anything. But I feel like, because one time I crushed shallower than that. This last time we didn't crush until 284, but there's a lot of water in the boat. There's something going on there. But if you just dive, it's always the same. So, I'm not sure what the deal is.
Schraubengeräusch, Handlungsschiff, Peilung 290 Grad.
Kurs setzen.
Bestätige.
See if I can avoid getting detected. Before I've set everything up. When I say deeper than it can go, here. Hang on 1 second. That would be in screenshots. When I say deeper than it can go, I'm talking about these numbers. Which, these are the numbers for if you just dive the boat from nothing, like no damage. Now the 7C41, you have to have flooding to get this deep, because you're not allowed to set the boat to go that deep. So that's, but these are like repeatable results that you can get if you just dive to that depth. But just now, we were at 284. That's where the boat crushed. But that's with a bunch of flooding and everybody dead, so... And we're in a 9C. So I don't know what the deal is. It's possible that The real threshold is a certain amount of time spent below a certain depth. And the reason these are repeatable is because you're diving at a consistent speed. So you get below like 230, let's say. And then if you keep diving at that speed, this is how deep you get in that amount of time. But with all of the flooding we just had, we were sinking a lot faster than usual. So that could be it. It could be time-based. I don't know. Your head hurts, mine too. But yeah, there's a whole video based on that chart, so. So this time, I'm going to go on the port side of this freighter, and then maybe the destroyer won't hear us. Maybe.
Aktualisieren.
5650
Ziel 5, 6,
at
8.
226. All right. As long as I'm crossing their bow, I can just verify. My course information. I guess we're past. Yeah, 81, 82. Something like that. Okay. Right behind that guy.
Kurs 1, 2, 6. Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Alright, so this time... Well, see, now I'm closer to this destroyer. Hopefully there's enough interference. Okay, I'm just gonna hit this guy, and then the one next to me. Fucking Christ, man. Who is that? I think that is this destroyer.
Schleichfahrt beenden.
This convoy is too small, that's the problem.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Could cheat and pull my numbers from the other timeline.
Gegnerfahrt. 8 Knoten.
Shit. I went to the relative bearing, not
Kurs
the
8-2.
true bearing. My mistake. Fuck. They're gonna hear this.
Voraus.
They are going to hear this.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Natürlich, Herr Kanoi.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 2, 6, 5, 4 Meter. Äußerste Kraft voraus.
Alright, this should be 76. Port.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage 7, 6, Bug links.
And
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 2,
pretty much 3 minutes, might be a little less.
Rohr 1 bewässern.
Guess we should be at action stations, huh?
Aufgefechtsstation.
That might help.
Los.
That's not a good sign.
Langsame Fahrt voraus. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung 6, 3, 2 Meter. Rohr 2 bewässern.
They heard.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
They heard. Yeah, that first one is almost certainly not going to hit because they'll be slowing down now.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg. Aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 4 Knoten. Los! 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
But that's what I was expecting to happen the first time when I got picked up,
30 Sekunden.
is that the first one would miss and the second one would still hit.
40 Sekunden
I guess
bis
we'll see
Torpedoeinschlag.
what happens now.
20 Sekunden. 30 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. 20 Sekunden. Fehlschuss. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Treffer. Feuer an Deck. Schwere Schäden.
Kommandant, wir wurden von Estek geortet.
Fehlschuss. Rohr 1
Well,
geladen.
that's a good result at least. Fuck.
Schneller, schneller. Schadensbericht.
These. Say what you will about the four stackers, but they are fast.
Lenzpumpe einschalten.
They are very fast. Six leaks, huh? 6 of them. All right.
Hochtorpedoraum evakuieren.
Well,
Verletzt! Sanitäter! Verstanden, Herr Kommandant!
do not fix that fucking hatch, Brookmeyer.
Schott
Damn it.
instand gesetzt.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Yep, now there's too much water for the dive planes. Figures.
Flug repariert.
Tauschgerät wieder einsatzbereit.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Meter.
Herr Kapitän?
Afford to
15
do that.
Meter.
The pump is functioning. We just have to run in reverse because the bow is down. Shit. No, he's the one with the breathing apparatus. You should go get him. Come on. Alright, now we got everybody out.
Funkgerät repariert.
I can hear the fire above us. It's funny. It's a good thing those timers
Luftzielserohr repariert.
get paused when we're yes, use your breathing apparatus to run the engines. That's smart. It's fine. I'm gonna want a fresh one to send him into the forward compartment anyway. If we get to that point, that is.
Ja, Herr Kaloi, ich kümmere mich darum. Verstanden, Kommandant.
Yes, we are on the depth steers. Okay. There's hope.
85 Meter.
There is hope. And we saved everybody. Saved the boat and the crew. Ridiculous. Unheard of. Of course, we're not out of this yet, but, you know.
95 Meter.
Verstanden.
Klar, ich werde mich darum kümmern.
100 Meter.
Oh, that is going to be an issue, isn't it? We need the engines clear.
Aktuelle Tiefe 110 Meter.
Need the engines and the planes. But the problem is if I bail out the engines, then we might end up with too much water in here.
120 Meter. Herr Kapitän.
Still can't use the engines. Yeah, now we can't use the depth steers either. Great. Awesome. We are in the engines now. Oh, that's completely fine. That's completely fine, Buddy Max. That's how I watch streams. Okay. There's only one thing left to do.
Null Auftrieb. Ja.
Oh god, we're sinking fast too. No, I waited too long.
Schott instand gesetzt.
If they weren't such pussies about getting their nutsacks wet, then we could still use the depth steers. But no.
Schadensbericht. Schadensbericht.
Oh, this door is breaking as well. That's interesting. That's interesting. So in the final analysis, I did doom the boat by rescuing everybody. If I hadn't gone in for that last guy, then there would have been little enough water. We could have pumped enough of it out to be able to use the brain. To be able to use the depth steers and the motors. But I was greedy So my efforts to save one, I doomed all. Let too much water in. But with the entire forward torpedo room flooded, you can compensate. With the engines and with the dive planes, it's possible. It's just that if there's too much water in the boat, those things can't be used, so. Learning a lot today.
Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation! Auf Gefechtsstationen! Anlauf beginnt! Aktualisieren! Entfernung zum Ziel. 2 Meter. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Los! Langsame Fahrt voraus. Aktualisieren. Entfernung 5 Meter. Rohr 2 bewässern.
So I can avoid getting heard this time. I was only at max speed for a little bit there.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Normgeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Peilung 270 Grad.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
I mean, this run's only gonna take half a minute, so.
Normgeräusch, Handelsschiff, Peilung
Aktualisieren.
295 Grad.
Entfernung zum Ziel. 7 Meter.
I'll do it right at 2 minutes.
Los! 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden. 30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Feindliches Schiff getroffen. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Schwere Schäden. Feindliches Schiff getroffen.
Worked that time.
Schwere Schäden.
For once, I got both of them. Simply because nobody heard me. Let's see if we can make it stick this time.
Funkspruch erhalten.
Rohr 1 geladen.
Eka 9, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Kurs auf diese
Himmelsschiff. Peilung 155 Grad.
Oh boy. Oh, you're one of those weirdos from down south, I see. They don't they don't say things the same down there.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 1, 4, 2, 5 Meter.
It's the case with a good number of languages, as far as I know, that you have like the official version of the language that's, you know the translation stuff, and it's the language you learn if you're learning a language.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 7.
But sometimes there's a good number of people in a country that speak things a little bit differently than that.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Geschwindigkeit 7 Knoten.
Or in a different country. Speak a different dialect.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
Didn't understand me? That's alright. I wasn't making a great deal of sense.
5 Meter. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage 7-1 Bug links. Rohr 1 bewässern.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Aztec geortet.
I mean, if you're asking me to say aktualisieren, I think I figured that one out. It's the one thing this game has taught me is that Germans just say that word randomly all the time. U-boat captains do, anyway.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Winkel 6, 8 links. Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 8, 4, 1
Aktualisieren.
Meter.
Alright.
Sie gehen unter. Los! Schneller, schneller! Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Okay, this guy's still hanging. Hasn't quite sunk yet.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Aztec geortet.
Feindliches Schiff getroffen.
There's a boiler explosion.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Ja, wir haben ihn!
Zuspruch erhalten.
Äußerste Kraft zurück.
Wasserbomben. Sehr nah.
Kleine Fahrt zurück. Kleine Fahrt, voraus. Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Round and round we go. Where we stop, nobody knows. Alright.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel. 9 Meter. Gegnerfahrt. 4 Knoten. Rohr 5 bewässern. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt. 4 Knoten.
Rohr 5 bewässert. Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. 195 Grad.
Oh, they might actually be lined up on me now. Let's see. Let me just shoot
Aktualisieren.
this. The angle's good enough.
Lage 6-1, Bug rechts. Los!
Then we can evade.
AK zurück. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden.
First two Liberties are both down. That's what I'm told anyway.
20 Sekunden. Kleine Fahrt voraus. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Treffer.
Good stuff.
Schwere Schäden.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von
The secret is to use the
Schneller, schneller. Rohr 5.
use the stricken ships as meat shields. That's the trick.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 160 Grad.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Äußerste Kraft zurück. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Wasserbomben. Sehr nah.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
That being, yeah, the Liberty. Okay. One more to hit.
Aktualisieren.
Perfect.
Entfernung 5, 7, 9 Meter.
Yeah, something like that.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage 6, 8, Bug rechts. Rohr 5 bewässern. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Lage 7, 3, Bug rechts. Los! 40
Los.
Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Feindliches Schiff getroffen. Feuer an Deck. Schwere Schäden.
Another boiler explosion. Love to see it.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Aztec geortet. Funkspruch erhalten.
Kurs setzen. Schneller, schneller.
So it does seem that the strategy of going deep
Tauchen auf. 20 Meter.
is
Tiefe.
no longer as viable as it was.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
20 Meter.
Schraubengeräusche direkt über uns.
Schleichfahrt.
Go to silent run. Five hours of air, thanks to my survivors. I'm lugging around.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Kommandant, wir wurden von Aztec geortet.
20 Meter.
Schraubengeräusche direkt über uns. Wasserbomben sehr nah.
Did they run out at just the right moment? Just the wrong moment, depending who you ask.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
What's going on up here? Let's go back to red.
Rotlicht wechseln. Schleichfahrt beenden. Kreiselkompass einschalten. Alarm beenden.
That's a good save to have. Are these destroyers Norwegian? I mean, I think they're American. They're the old American destroyers for bases, you know. Yeah, this is one of the stricken ships. Corvette is leaving. I think they're all leaving. Very well.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 6 gewartet. 20 Grad. Kurs setzen.
So there should be six ships total
Aktuelle Tiefe
on the scoreboard.
Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Or no, 5.
Repariert.
The two, it's 2 AJ Cassets. That's what the misunderstanding is. The 2 Liberties I hit first, the C3, and then the last 2 Liberties. This is from the RoboQuest soundtrack. It's 4 more officers. I mean, I have a lot of reputation. Because after that the Cape Town mission, the limit on survivors appears to be permanently increased to 23, which creates its own problems, of course, but
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
need to wait for those guys to leave. Don't know what happened to the fourth Liberty then. I guess the question is, like, how strict is the verification? Or whatever. Because... because I have the sinking credit setting set to like the most words. To the most punishing, the most realistic in quotes. Although overclaiming is very, very historically accurate phenomenon. Anyway. But I wonder if that plays into it, where if you don't see a ship sink, or hear a ship sink, then maybe it doesn't count, even if it did sink. Although maybe if I talk to the survivors or something, then it would count. That would be a way to verify it. It does not seem like the 10.5 does very much damage at all. But again, realistic, in quotes, realistic sinking physics setting, so.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Let me see if I can find the
Kurs setzen.
survivors for the one that wasn't credited and see if that
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
does anything. Oh. Never mind then. Yeah, the other one's of vegetables, which I also don't have room for. Throw out the tires maybe, but alright, where else?
Kurs setzen. Kurs setzen. Kurs setzen.
I think there's two right next to each other here.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
We're really going to be breaking the game with the amount of officers I'm bringing back. But, still got room for 3 more. Oh boy. Gripping content. Oh, the C3 did go down. Good news. Just took a while.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
This might be the one that wasn't credited. We've now confirmed that it's sank and can take credit for its sinking. Cool. So if you didn't see the ship actually sink, you just have to interact with the debris, which makes sense. Seems they're always in the second to last lifeboat on the Liberties and the C3s. All right. There's 1 torpedo left there. And 2 up front. Have a good one, buddy Max. I am just about to wrap up.
Diese Koordinaten setzen.
But yeah, that's good to know how that works. Because I did not have credit for it.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
And now I do, because I interacted with the wreckage. 170,000 down. 80 more to go.
Kurs 1, 2, 1.
No, 82. Absolute, not relative.
Kurs 8,
That's
3.
enough.
Große Fahrt voraus.
Alright. I'm gonna track down the convoy again. And next time, put those 3 torpedoes into it. But for now, I have to go. Hope you found it interesting. Learning a lot, you know? You know? Learn more every day. But yeah, it seems like they can now drop. They can now set the depth charges deeper. Because before I was just sitting at 200. Without a care in the world. But cannot do that anymore. Anyway. I will. Catch you some other time. Farewell.